Cling Clang, you are indeed first. I was getting a bit of an echo from Kick. Okay, that's sorted now. Let's see. Are you familiar with Nightreign, Cling Clang? Nice. Yeah, I feel like it's a better use of my time if I just sketch the characters rather than playing the game all the time. Uh, what's the meaning of flock? It's a group of birds. The same way like every type of animal has a different word for when it's a group of them. You know, the same way you can say a school of fish or I don't know, a pack of wolves or lions. When it's about birds, the word is flock. Yeah. And it's a little bit of a meme from Nightreign. Because the Guardian, this character here, refers to the rest of the Nightfarers as the flock, as in it's his group or family, and he does anything to protect them. And it's like this ongoing joke of just playing as a Guardian and doing everything for the flock. I am doing good. I should be working on a project I have going on, but I really felt like streaming today. I don't know. Just woke up, had a shower, and decided that it was a good day for streaming. So here I am. So in a way, I'm procrastinating by drawing. Oh, thank you. Uh, you keep count of that better than me, actually. Yeah, it's good I have you keeping track of my subs. So you mentioning you wanted to go live and try live streaming, but I think you're a bit too young to do streaming, right? The artful Brittany, going to be quietly lurking, but wanting to say hi. The art looks great. Welcome to the stream, Brittany. Yeah, lurking is totally fine. Like, I understand that. I do that all the time. Like when I go to other artist streams, it's just nice to have someone sketching in the background. But thanks for your opinion. I feel like the art streaming community is a bit of a. It's basically artists watching other artists, and most of us are just quiet, either on the streaming side or on the lurking side. It's kind of nice. I don't dislike it. Oh, I see. You're not gonna show your face, and you have permission from your guardian. Then I guess it's fine. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it goes. It's a bit of a no man's land territory. But as long as you have permission from your guardians and no one's gonna get in trouble, I think that's fine. I have been debating starting to live stream, but I'm always nervous about possible interactions and reactions with chat. Yeah, I get the concern, but like the reality is almost never, like almost always, like no one's watching. Like, so that's the first thing. Like, it's not like you go live and all of a sudden you are on the spotlight. It's more of a feeling you have rather than what is actually happening. So that's like, at least for me, that was helpful. It's like actually, like no one's here. So I've been streaming for a few hours and no one said anything. So that's fine. Like no one's watching. And second, usually most people are really nice, especially on the art streaming side, because it's not a trendy thing. It's not a place where most people go, or it's not something that YouTube pushes and recommends to everyone. So it's not like gaming or other more popular live streaming scenarios where you can get lots of random people or haters or people just trying to troll you. So it's all good. And even if for whatever reason things go south, something that I've never experienced, but like someone gets annoying or you get weird reactions, you are in total control. Like you can absolutely just ban them and they're out of your stream, or or even if you are feeling really bad about yourself, at any point I can press the stop button and I'm not live anymore, and that's totally fine as well. So it's, as long as you're comfortable with those ideas and the way it makes you feel, everything else is it's yeah, if you really want to try it, like it's almost risk free, like. And you don't even have to show your face, or like you don't have to start drawing from scratch. You can just show a drawing you've been working on and just be poking at it, or like that's the thing, it's your stream. You can make it about whatever you want, and you can stop whenever you feel like it, so it doesn't have to be any certain way. In my case, I spend a lot of time thinking, oh, I want to stream on YouTube, but I feel like I need to have an audience first, because if not, how is people going to find me? How is people going to go to my channel if I don't have anything to offer other than just live streaming? But that was just an excuse to put it back. Like in my case, I was like, okay, I want to stream. Yeah, I don't have an audience, but I'll start streaming and see what happens. Would it be better for me if I have a bunch of YouTube videos and I do something more interesting and people are really going to my channel and then I do a live stream? Yeah, probably I would get more views and more interactions. But if I think about making a video, I feel paralyzed because I don't even know what to make videos about or what type of YouTube content I want to make. So if I just want to stream, I just go live and stream. Oh, I see. You tried on Twitch and you got random people. Yeah, I feel like every page has a different community and a different mood. But in general, I do enjoy the YouTube YouTube community a bit more than others. I feel like most people here in YouTube are interested in whatever it is their niche. So when you start to get into the YouTube art community, to call it something, even though I'm not a big fan of the word community or the way it's being used nowadays. But once you start to get into this environment, pretty much everyone is into the same page or similar. I guess it also depends on the type of art you're making as well, because that also attracts a different type of public. But it's really hard to predict all that. Kling Klang has to go. All right, Kling Klang. Thanks for joining today. See you next time. Your art is very family friendly. Yeah, you should be fine. Find it really hard to start my drawing session by picking up a drawing halfway. I find it usually easier if I just start from scratch, like even if it's just a doodle that I'm not going to work on again. Whenever I jump to an old drawing or halfway sketch, I feel like I'm trying to get in a mood, or I'm trying to find the energy that I had when I left it, and that usually never works for me. I like this software for line art, to be honest. So what type of art do you make, Brittany? Acrylic and watercolor. That's nice. That is very nice. Yeah, digital can feel, it's hard to get used to it. It's very good for certain things, but it's not ideal. Especially if you're used to the experience of, like the way watercolors work and flow, and or the texture or thickness of something like acrylic paint. It's really hard to get used because you get no feedback. It's just rubbing a piece of plastic against each other. Should just jump onto color with this guy and paint a little bit more. The undo button is nice. It is very good sometimes. But it's also the curse of digital artists. The lack of commitment makes you never finish anything. But it must be a nice contrast because thinking about how unforgiving watercolors are, once you've gone too dark, or once you put a color somewhere, it's really hard to fix or save that. Un pose salvaje de nuevo. De pinto. Monigotes del Nightreign. Elden Ring Online. Mejor que no sepas. Es todo vicio. Estoy dibujando para no viciarme más. Shinabi, this is so freaking cool. Thank you. You are very kind. Man, I feel like I'm butchering all these names, but what can I say? I don't think I'll ever get it right, but that's fine. People can correct me if I say it wrong. Antian, welcome back. I can call you V. Oh, I see. That makes things a lot easier. Hmm. Well, thank you. I'm not super happy with the details of this one, honestly. I'm not quite feeling it. Feel like I'm rushing a lot of it because I just want to get the contrast and the occlusion of certain areas. Feel like it's really high contrast and all this detail is not quite helping. I'm also rushing a little bit. I kind of want to jump into color and do a little bit like what I did with this guy. So I'm just gonna probably not overwork the line art. Might just paint on top of the lines because I'm not super happy with them. But it's fine. It's just an exercise to get familiar with these characters and the art style in general. Am I gonna buy Leonardo? That's a good question. I have 2 days left, so if I wanna save my drawings, I should probably buy it. I think it's pretty useful. And it's not expensive, so I don't see why not. But also, I don't know how much am I gonna use it realistically, because a lot of the sketches I'm doing lately, I use Krita, and I still use Photoshop for a lot of things. But I think it's a really good software for design sketching in general. I'll probably just buy it. Even if it's just for supporting the developer and be like, hey, dude, you're doing good. Please do more of this. Or just keep it as is, but keep it alive. B was the question. Is it an original design? No, I wish. This is Raider from Elden Ring Nightreign. It's one of the main playable characters. But I am I am doing these studies because I want to learn a little bit more about the art style and the colors and the design in general of the characters, because I want to do a few designs of my own that can fit this world. So this is not an original design, but I'm thinking about a few ideas for my own designs within this world. I just want to make a little project that it's gonna be me trying to imagine potential new characters we're gonna be getting on the DLC when it comes out. I think it can be fine. It can be fun. I think it's really cool, like the wide range of different type of characters, different style. Like look at this guy, it's a freaking bird. It's just so random, but it's so cool looking. So I just want to think about wild, wacky ideas and make some characters based on that. And I think that's why I want to use Leonardo for this project, because it's really easy to, just keep everything in the same page. And I can have these guys here and I can be sketching my own characters nearby and I can have always a reference available. Elden Ring, a game of stress. It can be stressful, especially Night Rain with all the rushing. But I feel like base Elden Ring, if you just take it at your own pace, I find it quite relaxing, like especially all the exploration and reading the lore about things and, you know, walking around. Once you get past a few levels and enemies, I find it can be pretty relaxing. I know it's weird and counterintuitive, but and I get it. It's not for everyone, but I do love the world building and the aesthetics of everything. It's just a bit weird because nowadays we have this idea of Souls games as its own genre, and every developer is trying to make the new hardest Soul game. Like, oh, this is harder than Dark Souls. This is harder than this, and it's like I don't really care much about games being hard. I care about them being challenging and rewarding. Yeah, because you are impatient. I see. Well, then it's totally fine if the game is not for you. But even if the game is not for you, I still recommend you go check the art style because, like I said, they have weird, crazy designs like these or weird monsters. They do like all these weird proportions that you wouldn't usually see on other games. And I love that. I love that they're there to do things like that. Usually most modern games, you get like these either super stylized proportions or these super realistic, almost Greek canon type of proportions. This is the right anatomy, and this is the color combinations that work. And in all these From Software games, you have all these crazy, unusual, random, even sometimes quote unquote wrong proportions or weird designs that you don't see anywhere else. And I think that's one of the things I find most attractive of these games and world. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Brittany. Like the game may not be for you, but but the art style is amazing, and the lore is also really cool. It's really unique. Like that's that's what you gotta give them. Like even if you are not into that, even if it's not for you, it stands out from everything else out there. Yeah, exactly. If you love concept art and character design, I feel like there is a lot to learn from there. And especially if you look at the art books and the real concept art for these games, like you can find what I call like the real concept art. You can find all these ugly sketches that are like dirty and messy, and there are just a few lines, and they have like maybe a few colors, and a lot of parts are unfinished, but you can already get a mood and a feel for the character. And I feel like that's real concept art, because usually we get to see like the finish splash art, and and you see it in art books, and it's called concept art. And yeah, it is part of concept art, but you don't really need to go that far to get the initial stage of concept art. Oh, coffee. Let's see if I can find this guy. Where is it? Here you go. Just take a look at this. Like I think this is like one of the initial concept arts for, or at least it's made by one of the guys that works as a concept artist for From Software, and it's one of the initial sketches that led into this guy. And just look at this. Like you look at this, like it's just scribbles, and look at the, you know, it's just almost an impulsive doodle. Like there is no definition, there is no edge control, there is just like three colors on top of each other kind of mixing on the canvas. Look at these details. It's really hard to tell what it is, but you know, all these sketchy, like there is black lines and pure white and a few contrasty colors and scratchy chicken type of lines, that all the things that, you know, an art instructor would tell you not to do, and yada yada yada. And but you look at the overall image, at the overall design, and it's like it's fucking amazing. Everything is there. and and I feel like we don't get to see enough of this, but this is what I consider actual real concept art. Although I already know Elden Ring will make me stressful, I'll still buy and play it. I see. Yeah, exactly. You get the presence of the character, you get the mood, you get the essence, like, and you can almost tell materials. I can see that this is, you know, just by using a soft brush, you can see that this is the feathers and they're soft. And by using like hard contrasty lines, like you get to see the armor here, and you get to see that this is hard surface, this is rough because it has like high contrast and edges. And you can see like the contrast of like, hey, it has like sharp claws, so I'm just gonna draw a white line around it, even though it's not how light works. It doesn't matter. Like you get the feeling of it, you get that, okay, this is sharp and dangerous, like, you know. And you get to see the, it's wearing a sword, and this is cloth, and everything is there, all the information is there. It doesn't need to look like a 3D render. And I'm like, I want to do this, I want to be able to do this. So that's why I'm trying to study these characters and trying to get to understand these a little bit better so I can do something similar to it. Anyway, back to this guy. Ah, coffee is so good. No, it would be better for me to be drinking tea, but oh, coffee. Go down to this layer. Well, armor is about remembering to keep it high contrast. Especially metal. Like if it's other materials, then it's a different story. But usually people struggle with the materiality of metals. But it's usually darker than you think. Because we tend to think, oh, it's shiny armor, so I should make it really light. And you go really high. But in reality, like if you look at this is super, like relatively dark compared to even though it's a light armor and we see it like a silvery armor. But you just gotta keep it like really, really dark in the shadows and put the highlights really close. Obviously, they need to be on the right space, but put the highlights really close so you get like this high contrast, like a little bit like it's happening here. Like this is a good example of a way to simplify the metal. Every time you have like this really light color next to a super dark color, your brain kind of assumes that it's a high contrast metal. And that helps with the little trick. Even though this is not rendered at all, and it's just a quick sketch, you can already get the mood of, hey, it's shining. Oh boy. I feel like the lasso tool in Leonardo has a really... how is it working? I feel like it has a really good stabilizer, because it's really easy for me to just get it to go where I want. Compared to the one in Photoshop, I feel like it's kind of helping me in a way that I cannot quite explain. Because usually I struggle to do this with precision in Photoshop, but here it's working pretty well for some reason. I'll have to investigate or ask some people about why does it feel good. I mean, I wouldn't like drawing with this, like the way it feels, but I feel like for masking and selecting, it's actually really decent. Okay, we need to unlock the alpha. I'm gonna fill this up with a random color. Yes, let's go dark. It's pretty dark. I think that works. And we can lock this up again. Oh, let's correct some of the issues before locking the layer. Color wheel. What's it gonna be now? Probably just color pick from the other guy. With the color consistency. One thing I like doing on these early stages of coloring is I just focus on separating materials rather than getting the right color from the start. I just go in with a color that it's close enough to what I think it's going to be or what I want, and I just start filling up different material parts. Like, okay, all this helmet is bone, so I'm just gonna get this color, and all this is fur, so I can still use the same color because they don't really interact with each other. So it just helps me separate the materials, and then I can just correct the colors and add different hues. Having the color palette from the other character next to it makes things so much faster. I already know those colors kind of work together. Looks like some of the Mike Mingola art. Oh, thanks. That is crazy. But I get why it gives a little bit of that vibe, because all this super high contrast in this area and the flat colors, that's what he goes for all the time. Yeah, unfortunately, we're probably gonna lose that look soon once I start adding some, you know, gradients and a little bit of rendering. I'm not gonna fully render this guy, but once I get rid of all these flat tones and I start adding more volumes, it's not gonna look like that anymore. But it is a cool look. And I do have to make some Mignola studies. Really like that art style. I think everyone likes that art style. That's a universally loved artist. Like this could use a little bit of green looking. Yeah, um, gonna be only this. Yeah, it's close enough. Getting carried away with these highlights. Lady Tragedy from Twitch. How's it going? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Here, just doing some Nightreign studies before I start trying to design my own characters for this world. Do I watch CBM? I do not know what CBM stands for. Let's see if you can clarify that for me, or oh, comic book movies. I see. Well, one of my favorite movies, it's probably Hellboy 2, and I guess it's roughly based on a comic, because since it's Hellboy. But I don't know if that counts as your idea of comic book movie. But in general, I'm not a big fan of the how do you say it, like the standard or traditional American comic books. Not really into DC or Marvel and all that. Even though I do love the art style, and the artists working on those comic books are insane. It's I don't know, it's never been for me. I never quite get hooked into it. I don't know what is it exactly, but I find it really hard to connect with the superhero in general. Like all these costume and superpowers and super big muscly guys. It's just I don't know. I kind of like a little bit more this. Like I want to see like goofy looking guys like these, or weird armor like these, and everything. It's kind of dirty and scratchy. But the art itself, like the draftsmanship of those comics is insane. It's just I've always had like this duality with it. I love it when I see the drawings, and usually I like the sketches a lot better than the finished product, which is probably it happens to a lot of artists, but I do enjoy seeing the construction lines and the way all the build up for the drawing looks rather than the final product. Sometimes too much muscle in the comic. Yeah, I think they go a bit crazy. They get carried away with the big bulky hyper muscles. But it does make the page interesting, I guess. I'm getting carried away with the rendering here. Let's just focus on the face and the head. Some warmth in here. Not much. It looks good already. Well, it's a bit messy, but I guess from far away it gives a good impression already. But yeah, this is what I'm going for right now. I don't wanna, I don't wanna hyper. Even for this guy, if you look at it really close, it's all messy and scratchy. There is not really that. And if I remove the line art, everything is kind of a blob. But from relatively far away, you already get a good reading of the character and the colors and the shapes. So I think that's good enough for me for now. I'm probably gonna stop working on this guy soon and move to a new sketch because I feel like I haven't sketched anything fresh today yet. So I'll probably come back to this guy after a while. But for now, I kind of want to get done with it and move on to a new, fresh sketch. Feel like want to get the pen moving fast without thinking too much about getting the right things in the right place. Range color. Okay, it works. Yeah. And this. Real quick. Give me a second. Gotta answer the phone. Hi, Q. All right, I'm back. In Kyokusei is here. Just gonna put you on the spotlight. I'm sorry. Not the spotlight. Okay, it's a soft spotlight. It's not harsh light. I finish my day watching your stream. You start yours watching mine. This is the life of an artist. Time zones are weird. I know, right? It's kind of, yeah, it was the middle of your day. I figured. And now it's probably super early. Like, it's probably like not even 8 a.m. for you or something like that, right? Yeah, it's been a bit frustrating lately because I've seen a lot of activity in the Discord while it's like maybe 5 a.m. for me or 4 a.m. or things like that. And I'm like, oh man, I'm missing out. These people are hanging out and I'm not here. So I just get to read the weird chat happenings the next morning. But it is what it is. There should be more BCs throughout the day. I say unemployed. Yeah, we can make it happen. Usually if I join BC at this time, I'll probably get some activity. Oh, it's not totally crazy, it's just because we've got a few people from European times as well, so if I join BC, I know I'm gonna get Max there at some point, and Alvaro's probably gonna join. So it's not that crazy. But we also need our time of no interaction. A lot of the times hangout like feels just like that, like you're just hanging out and I don't get much done. I'm just talking to people and enjoying my time. It's weird. It's hard to manage for me. Because the more I do it, the more I want to do it, but then I go into this mode of I feel like I'm not getting much done, even though I've been doing it for a few hours. There is also like there are times for everything. If I'm doing something silly like this, it's totally manageable to do whatever. But if I'm doing something more focused like writing or proper design, I find it really counterproductive to be hanging out with other people. I do feel like lately I've been getting a lot more comfortable with color. I wouldn't say better or good, just more comfortable. I'm a lot more comfortable with the idea of picking whatever color, just throwing it in the canvas and correcting from that, and not bothering too much about what color it is. And I must admit, it's quite freeing in a way. I don't know if it's making my color or my drawings any better, but it's certainly making me use a lot more color and feel more comfortable using it. So I guess for the long game, it's probably an improvement. Needs to be darker, not so much. I find it really freeing to genuinely think that there are barely any hard rules when it comes to color. Well, I guess there are no hard rules for anything in art, but since I don't have any particular expectation of how should something look in color, and I've seen so many people make crazy things work when it comes to color, it's very freeing. Okay. And especially now, I feel like I'm using color in a way that it's basically, I feel like I want to use color. It's not like an obligation like it used to be in the past, like, oh, I should add color because if you don't add color, it's not finished. And now I'm totally comfortable with not using color at all or just using it however I feel like in the moment without following any particular rule. Let's give this guy a little bit of. Yeah, please. That was your feeling about backgrounds for the longest time. I see. Yeah, now look at your paintings. It's like, who cares about the background? It's all about the figure and the colors and the effects. Feel like this hand's gonna read better if I get rid of probably all this. Is there no shortcut for locking the alpha in this software? Try. Okay. Mm. Give it a view. The highlights. Make it pop. Check. This is here. And now okay, let's try to be like a real streamer. How does this even work? Anyone out there familiar with Nightreign? Because I'm considering what character should I sketch next. Never used this feature, so just an excuse to mess around with it. Let's that sit there for a little bit. Keep working with this guy just a little longer. Okay, we have a couple of boats. Someone's vouching for Iron Eye, and we have another one for Revenant. I see. What is Nightreign? It's basically the like an co-op online version of Elden Ring. It's basically try to imagine Dark Souls meets Fortnite, and you get this weird thing going on. The world building and the characters are really cool. And the game, I didn't have much expectations about it, but it's actually quite addictive. That's why I'm sketching these characters, honestly, because I woke up today feeling like I wanted to play, but I thought it was not a good idea because, being productive and doing something useful. So I thought might as well. Part of it is that I really enjoy the world building, so why not doodle some of the characters? And that way I gain something out of experiencing the world. I love how Kyo just lives outside of all these modern day distractions, like a true monk, being a YouTube creator but not consuming YouTube, using a computer almost daily but not playing any video games. It's just so badass. I never have a clue of what's going on. Well, I think that actually plays to your advantage. I think that's the only way to keep a true, unique vision for your art and your writing and your thinking. Okay. How's the pool going on? Okay, things are shifting. Now we have two boats for Recluse, which is getting ahead. I wonder why. There might be a couple of good reasons for Recluse to be popular. Why am I not surprised, people? Why am I not surprised? Pool in Spanish is polo? No, not exactly. Pollo would be chicken, actually, so what would be the right word for pool in Spanish? Because it's not encuesta, or is it? Well, I guess you could say encuesta. No, but encuesta is more like survey. Oh, I see. So it was meant to be a joke. Well, it's just like language jokes can be funny, but a lot of the times people are they're really concerned about what they're saying and if it's stupid or not. But it could be pollo. I like it. By the way, welcome back to the stream, Pixel Art. If you like beautiful art, and I know you do, go check out Kyokusei channel. He's got such a unique, particular style. And also Kyo, you can check Pixel Art Journey's work. It's also really cool. It always fascinates me when people do like beautiful looking paintings with pixel art. It's like, how? I don't understand how people do that. Hmm. Hmm. I try to keep myself informed on what the art world is up to online, people's thoughts and etc. But I realize I can stand more than 4 minds of art YouTube. Yeah, like that's one of the trickiest things that it took me a while to realize how that was affecting me, but when you start getting into many different mindsets, because everyone has its own mind on YouTube and online, and well, every artist has their own mind, but when you try to learn or when you follow a lot of different artists like really close and really deep, it's really easy to get lost in all their thoughts and ideas and forget about your own. I like lurking here, it's quiet and I can actually focus on drawing. Yeah, that's my idea. I wanna keep it really raw and real. I know for some people it can be boring because I'm not playing the streamer show, or I'm not, playing weird music, or yeah, pretty much doing anything other than being quiet and drawing, but I think that works for a lot of people too. I like it as a consumer, so why not make it for my channel? Like, it's what I like seeing out there, so just might as well do it myself. Okay, we have an extra boat for Iron Eye, so now we have Iron Eye and Recluse tied up. Let's see. I should have added Revenant's Feet as an option. I'm pretty sure that would have win. Oh, and Tabitha is here. Yeah, it was great catching you live. It's nice because it's really hard to find it's really hard to find live streaming artists on YouTube because there is no proper way to filter or find. So every time I meet someone here or I find someone being live, I'm like, yeah, I gotta follow them and I hope I can catch them live. So it was really nice joining you for a while and seeing what all your stream is about. And I saw one of your mods gave me a shout out, so that was also really cool. So thanks for that. I hope I can catch you live again because you seem to put up like cool shows and invite other artists. So that was a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly. You can play your own music, so I think it's better because if you're not vibing with the music I have at the time, then you're kind of screwed because you don't get to listen to my rambling. But that's the thing. Usually, most of the time in my sketching sessions, it is like this. I'm just silent because I enjoy hearing the breeze outside or just being in complete silence because I find like music totally changes my mood. So it's really hard to find the right playlist for every session. Yeah, I think that's what we are all looking for, like having another artist in the background. Like we are part of something instead of just a random weirdo our own little cave, just doing these weird marks on not even paper, because most of us are using a piece of plastic nowadays. So it's nice to have another artist in the background. Yeah, and also that, Brittany, like having copyright free music, I get tired of it really soon. So, because you don't have that many options. Although I've seen many streamers here in YouTube just play whatever music they feel like. And yeah, worst case scenario, their video then gets silent and demonetized. But most people don't really monetize their streams as videos anyway, because no one really cares about an art stream VOD. So I guess that's an option too. I've thought about it for a while. Yeah, I tried a little bit of that the other day. I was doing some Sekiro studies and I was playing like the background music for some of the areas in the game, and I didn't get any notice from YouTube or any copyright infringements, so I think that's usually pretty safe. Yeah, Skyrim is really good for background music. I love doing silly details like this, just putting these yellow stitches on the armor. Feels so satisfying. Sometimes it's almost like half the drawing is an excuse just to get to this point where you can do these fun, silly things. YouTube has stepped up their copyright-free music, but it's not the same as your favorite singer-composer. Yeah, exactly. And also, like, they have really cool stuff, and I've discovered cool artists in the copyright-free library from YouTube. But there is not a nice, simple, easy way to just play that music. Like, there is no way, or at least I couldn't find a way to make like a nice playlist of YouTube free music to just play in the background for like 4 hours, like a stream. Give me a second, I have to answer the phone again. Who's calling? I see. You're interested in some gossiping, eh? Maybe I should make my channel about that. Everyone tries to play music on stream, but no one plays open window ambience sound MP3. Yeah, that's actually a good one. Like, because I do have some noise canceling and filters for my microphone, so you don't get to hear my keyboard because it's really loud or the scratching pen. But I think the microphone is sensitive enough that it could pick up all the background noise from the window and the trees and the leaves and the birds outside. So I think that's actually really nice. But I've seen some people actually fake that. You just look for an ambient soundtrack and just play it. And I think I've done it in some streams. Just get some random trees and birds music in the background and put it there. It kind of helps create the mood. I don't have to say, yeah, but it's fun. You know, it's fun to just keep the gossiping spirit alive. We're all curious. We want to know. All part of the art. Yeah, exactly. A kiosk stream without the sound of the keyboard and the scratching pen on the tablet, wouldn't be the same. It kind of it goes hand in hand with the feeling. It's just and also that ambience background you always have going on. It's all part of the mood. It makes you be there. Yeah, it is because like the way you use Clip Studio Paint is not like it's not just stylus input based. It's not like that you're just like sketching and doodling and doing the marks all the time. It's also like your left hand with the keyboard has a big impact in the way like you change the size of the brush and you move things and you change tools and you do like it's you're drawing as much with your left hand as you are with your right hand in a way, like because you're giving a lot of keyboard inputs, and I feel like getting to hear all that while you are sketching and flipping constantly the painting and zooming in and zooming out, it really helps connect with the way your brain is working at the moment. So it's totally part of the experience. uh, there is a little bit of texture here. Take this a little bit. Probably do this edge too. Let's get this. Hand cam for the keyboard. Hell yeah. I would love to see that actually. It's almost like a gamer experience when you see one of those crazy gamers that they show you the keyboard to see all the key combinations they do. You should definitely go for it. Because I feel like it's a minority of us that use the keyboard like crazy. Some of my friends make fun of me when they see me using Photoshop because they say that I'm playing piano because they see my left hand all the time, like doing three or sometimes four keys combinations to do all the commands and shortcuts and things. So I think it'd be really funny because like we have the two extremes. We have the people that just work on a screen tablet and it works like a like pen and paper, and then they use like some shortcuts on the controller or the side of the tablet. But then we have like the keyboard warriors of just do everything with your left hand. Okay, I think I might come back to this guy at some point, because I could still have some fun changing and shifting things, but I think it's time to move to the next one. I know a good artist who draws with his fingers on his phone and only that. I mean, people that draw on a phone, I don't know. I have great respect for the ability of doing that, but also why? Why would you do that? Unless you don't have any other option, I don't understand. Yeah, I'll rarely see you touch a menu or use your mouse, everything mapped. Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. That's why I like using the keyboard, because I feel like every time you have to interact with the menu, you get a reminder in your brain that, oh, you're using a computer, it's just a piece of software, you're actually not making art. And I hate that. So I just want to press a key and get things happening, and I just want to, to get everything to be seamless. Like you're just zooming in, you're just moving out, you're just, flipping the canvas. And I don't have things mapped here, but in Photoshop I have things mapped for changing the color or making colors darker or light. And I think there is things here as well. I just don't know all the shortcuts, but man, I just hate being reminded that I'm on a piece of software. All right, Tabitha. Thanks for joining. Enjoy your coffee. I guess it's morning for you, so enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully I can join you later if you're still streaming and I can at least say hi. Someone moving their mouse to the undo button? Are you serious? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, and also like there is every time I see like a professional tutorial of like, oh, I'm gonna teach you how I did like this scene for this movie concept art or whatever, and it's like someone that has been working on the industry for years, like they're seasoned artists, and they make like a cool tutorial where they show you cool stuff, and you see them just going around and being like, oh, now we're gonna use this thing, and then we're gonna click here and do that and this other thing, and it's like, dude, how like all those three things could be just turned into a macro or just be a single keystroke because you do it like 50 times every step. So it just makes me really nervous. Okay, I'll be back. I'll check the poll and we'll jump on to the next character. So we have a tie between Iron Eye and Recluse, so if someone has not voted, just make it happen. I'll be back. All right, we are back, and it seems like Recluse officially won. So let's leave it here. And now it's when I sketch whatever the hell I want anyway, just to make a statement. I haven't tried the calligraphy brush in this yet. And I used to like this for drawing, so maybe it is a good excuse to do a sketch with. Let's try. Close the door. I get too much light in this room. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, the moment you've been waiting for. There is like two good reasons for Recluse to be so popular. So let's start with that. Characters are all about personality, the most important thing. Constant reminder of sketching. It is try to keep it loose. Try to keep it loose. Really easy to go and just try and make it super tight from the beginning. You lose all the energy in the process. Hate that. What? Reboot Gamer. What app are you using? I'm using Leonardo. This is a relatively well. I think it's been out there for a while, but it's a relatively small app developed by a single guy, and it's still in beta. But it works really similar to Photoshop in terms of basic brushes and layer management. It has anything you need from a sketching software. And it's pretty cheap. And one of the best things it has is the infinite canvas mode, where you can just, you know, sketch. Like you can just zoom out, and there's like, it's not one of those infinite zoom vector layers, but it's just like you can have a bunch of sketches on the single page from the moment you open. So it's really good for just idea generation. What does it cost? I think the license is like $40 or something like that. So it's pretty affordable compared to any other, popular choice out there. And it's a one-time payment. It's not one of those weird subscriptions. The brushes feel really nice. The basic round brush feels like a regular round brush Photoshop, which is kind of uncommon because every app feels a lot different than the previous ones. And the shortcuts are really similar to Photoshop as well, so that makes the transition super easy. Not to be confused with the AI Leonardo, that it's something else. Yeah, it's literally like $39. So I'll put it on the chat so you can check it out. Probably has a lot of options and features that I'm not aware of, but the sketching is really nice. It has very simple brushes, no crazy things like all the other apps. Yeah, I'm still using the free trial, so I'll probably buy it one of these days, but I still have a couple of days left. It is really nice to have alternatives when it comes to drawing apps. And by the way, welcome to the stream, Abot Gamer. On his hand. You're trying to zoom in with the mouse wheel, but it won't let you. I see. Yeah, by default it has the scroll. I see. I don't know if there is an option. Change that. Usually for zooming in, I use either Control plus, Control minus. Oh, I see. Or you can just hold the Z key and either move your mouse or stylus. That's another way to do zoom. I don't know if there is a way to change that. Oh, I see. I found it. If you go to settings, there is the option wheel/dial scroller, and then you can change the function of the scroll. I guess if you just put it to zoom, yeah. Now the mouse wheel does the zoom. Oh, and it's nice. You can even change the sensitivity of it. Also, something I did change from the default is if you go to this little icon here for the zoom options and go to options, you can choose what's the maximum zoom in and the maximum zoom out. For some reason, by default, this is set up to -50%, which is really low, which means that you're, like you cannot go further than this. And usually I like to zoom out to look at the silhouette of the character and then just zoom in and go back to the regular working size. So maybe for you, -50% is not enough as well. So just know that it's here. I don't know why by default it is like that, but. And then a very useful shortcut is to press X to zoom out and choose what's the area you want to focus on. Right now I don't have a lot of sketches in here, but when you have like a really big page, it's really convenient to just jump from one section to the other one. Like, let me open, probably here I have a bunch of sketches. Why is it not showing on stream? Well, I don't know why OBS is not capturing it. But yeah, basically, like, let's say I have a sketch here and I have another sketch here and something else here, or you can even put all your references in the page. It's really good. Then you press X and it zooms all the way out, and you can be like, oh, I want to work on this, or I want to check this out. It's really convenient. I don't think many other softwares have a feature like this because they're not designed to work with this infinite canvas mode. And then another thing is like you are kind of forced to save the file into the Leonardo format because of this infinite canvas option, but you can export it to any format. Like you can export to PSD or JPEG or any of the usual image formats. But in order to save like this infinite canvas feature, you have to use their own format. which kind of makes sense. Yeah, I guess you could lose your drawings in the canvas, but I think like it's mostly thought for, like design work, in the sense of like doing a lot of little thumbnails and sketches instead of having to manage multiple files and multiple ideas. You just, something I do a lot even when I'm using Photoshop or other software, is I just make a massive canvas, like maybe 5K or 10K, and I just zoom in a lot to 50% or even 100%, and I just sketch a lot of little doodles like to this level of scratchiness, and just do lots of them next to each other. So that's why I find this so convenient, because it's already built in the software. But yeah, I guess you could lose your sketches if you don't know where they are. Mm. Hello, Ox. The biggest feature of Leonardo for me is that it helps me take notes easily. Let's see. How is that? Like, you mean just like handwriting notes? Or is there like a note taking feature that I'm missing out on? Because if it's like handwriting notes, that makes sense, because it's like it feels like a sketching pad where you just write down ideas and oh, that's another app. Mhm. Note plus visual in one page. Yeah, that's usually how it works for most of the, you know, design. What I usually would do on on a piece of paper. It's just like I do that a lot. Like I just do a simple doodle of an idea I have and I write down notes about it or potential references, names next to it, or anything, things to remember or to have in mind while working on that. Now it's like, do I want to clean this sketch up or do I want to, I don't know if I want to clean this one in particular or just lower the opacity and do a redrawing of it now that everything is kind of on its right place. Screenshot plus handwriting. Never done that. I guess we all have our own little methods, as long as it works. Do a lot of screenshots on my phone. I think that's fairly common nowadays. Yeah, it has perspective tools and ruler tools, and they're actually pretty useful. I think the ruler tool, you just press R and yeah, you get all these. How does it even work? Oh yeah, exactly. It is really convenient. You just press R and put one point, another point, and boom, you have a straight line between those 2 points, and you can use whatever brush you want to use with that. It's really convenient. And I think there is also like useful symmetry tools. I haven't really been messing around with all the good stuff it has. It also has like a built-in stabilizer that I'm almost not using, but it does have it. You don't know where it is. Like lately all the apps are just trying to do all these crazy things, and this feels refreshing because it's just like, hey, just here a few basic tools so you can actually draw. Many features not focused in drawing. Yeah, exactly. Just give it a few features, make sure they work and they're useful, and we're happy to use it. Okay, let's move this to another layer and try to clean it up. One of my biggest struggles when it comes to moments like this is losing the energy of the initial sketch, like all these loose lines and all the movement. It's like everything becomes super stiff once you try to clean up the lines. And something I have to constantly remember myself is to I'm not I have to try to not trace the sketch. I'm just using the underlying sketch as a reference, as a guideline, but I have to constantly remind myself that I'm still drawing, that I'm making a new drawing where I'm just cleaning up the lines and getting the best I can get from the original sketch. But it is a new drawing and it has to have its own energy. And I'm still struggling with that. And I almost never do this cleanup process because I hate that feeling. I hate that losing. Usually my drawing style goes for the I'm gonna try to get it right on the first sketch, and that's what I'm gonna work with. But I'm trying to get better at just cleaning up these sketches and not losing the energy. You too? It is a pretty common issue, I think. And no matter how much you try, like it's part of the nature of drawing. Like you're never gonna get the same energy from the original sketch onto a cleanup. It's meant to happen. You're meant to lose it, but we can still try. That's why it's really important to keep in mind that we are making a new sketch, we're making a new drawing. And also, a lot of the time, I like to remove the underlying sketch and work on it a little bit without it, so I get a little bit back of that energy of just working on the original sketch blindly. Alright, Jordi, I'm gonna head out and get some stuff done, but nice catching the stream as always. Bye bye. Alright, Gil. Have a good day and enjoy your drawing or whatever you have to do today. You're always welcome here and see you next time. A weird feeling I get when I've been streaming for a while is since I've had OBS open for so long, like I don't know how it's been like, but a few hours, I get the feeling that I should save. Like I'm gonna lose progress on the stream, so I should just go onto OBS and press Control S or something like that. Ox needs to go. Thanks for the stream. Glad to have you here, Ox. Good to see you around and see you next time. Oh man, it's such a weird feeling. Like I'm gonna, like when I've been working on Photoshop or Leonardo or whatever, like sometimes I spend long sessions without actually saving, and I'm like, oh, I should save. But I get a similar feeling from the stream itself. Like, oh no, I'm gonna lose progress on the stream. It's like, dude, this is just being saved to YouTube. So even if I wanted to get rid of it, it's not gonna disappear. There's gonna be a copy of this on a server somewhere. It's just the weird effect computers have in our brain. Here. This can be a bit more loose. Don't really need to be super tight with these clothes. This here. Oh my god, Jay is here. What is going on? What an honor. Kyo just left like a minute ago. And now you just joined. You have good timing though. You just joined when I'm drawing boobies. Oh, thanks. You're too kind. I was just talking about this like a minute ago, like how we all struggle with losing the energy of the sketch the moment you try to clean it up. So that's how I have to constantly remind myself that I'm not tracing the sketch, I'm redrawing the drawing. But I always struggle. Like I never like these cleaning up sketches. I usually go for the first sketch. It's gotta be the good one. If not, I'll do it again. Yeah, the energy of the first sketch is just it's so hard to retain. Guess we always want the best of both worlds. You want the energy of a loose sketch with the tightness and precision of a clean drawing. But you gotta give it up at some point. So how's it going? You've been posting a lot of videos lately. Well, I mean, you keep your rhythm of videos, but I do have to catch up because I've seen a few titles of your last videos that seem pretty interesting. I definitely have to check that out. Also, I saw something about your dream project. That seems interesting. Your practice rounds. Well, but I do find it interesting. So I just like to find the time and actually watch it. And some videos, maybe you can just put them in the background while doing something, but other videos are actually interesting enough to just pay attention, and I want to be fully paying attention to them. Reading each video like practice. That's nice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm starting to get a little bit into the echo chamber, but I'm starting to see a lot more mindful content about art on YouTube. I feel like a lot of people are actually getting tired of the grind set and all these get good mindset and all these, super tricks and skills to be hyper productive. And a lot more people are just looking for actually, making art and enjoying it. Oh man, but you look so good on camera. You feel so confident. I feel like you have it a lot better than many artists. Most of us like feel, well, I guess you also feel awkward for yourself in front of the camera, but I don't know, like you feel so genuine and so happy that it's enjoyable to see your face, because a lot of art streamers or art YouTube or art content creators, whatever you want to call it. I hate the word content creation. But a lot of people are just like, they don't want to show their face, or they just like, showing their drawings and not showing much of their face. And I feel like in your videos, it's really refreshing to see your face and how happy and excited you are, because that really transmits, like it really gets to people, I think. Yeah, that's why bloggers do so well. That makes a lot of sense. And that's why I think it also makes a lot of sense for like artists, like, because I was thinking about it for a while. Like a lot of people don't really approach art YouTube or art social media. Well, we get to see a lot more nowadays, but it's like when I started doing this, I was, and I'm still doing it, I take a lot more reference and a lot more inspiration from people that share their lives or their experience or blogging or traveling, because I feel like it's a lot more fitting to art than any other mindset, because this is all about like your life, your experience, your day to day. So it has a lot more to do with blogging and traveling experience and documenting your life. It's like, I don't know, whenever I see someone making YouTube content that feels like a documentary, it's like, yeah, this is what we should do with art. Like, just make it cool and exciting, not just the mundane practical side of it. Yeah, I wonder if you're gonna get back into streaming someday. I would love to see you streaming. Like it doesn't have to be a regular thing like you used to do, but I feel like now you have a bit of a following. Like your YouTube following is quite big, so probably if you go live, you will get a bunch of people hanging out with you. That would be cool. Yeah, you should all go check out Jay's work. He's amazing. Your camera overheats. I see. Well, maybe you can just use a cheap webcam, because as long as you have a little corner with your face. Oh, hello, June. Welcome to the channel, or the stream, or whatever we call this. Where is Jay? Oh man, where are things here? Well, there you go. Little bit of a spam. For anyone who doesn't know Jay, there you go. It's actually funny because yesterday I was sketching something and I was like struggling to draw some braids of a character, and I just quickly googled how to draw braids for, hair and all that stuff, and I just literally found one of your tutorials straight out, straight from Google. Just not going to any website or anything, just on Google search images I found a tutorial from your website, and I was like, yeah, this is so cool. I didn't even know it was yours until I saw the little signature down there. Well, we gotta help each other, so there is like, I don't know, 8, 9 people watching, so probably all of them would love your art because we're all artists here. You are a 3D sculptor. I love watching people drawing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are you sculpting on ZBrush? I used to do a lot of ZBrush back in the day. It's a lot of fun. And I feel like drawing and sculpting are super close to each other. Yeah, it was so funny. I was about to just share it on the Discord. I just didn't. I don't know. I got distracted and I didn't. But I was like literally. I just saved a copy of the image and I was like, hey, I'm gonna share this on the Discord because I think it's so funny that I'm just randomly looking for a simple tutorial and I find one out of Google just from your website. Oh, you work with ZBrush every day. Nice, nice. I miss ZBrush. I should open it up one of these days and just, I don't know, doodle something. It's a lot of fun. Just right now I have too many fronts open. Yeah. Yes, this is Leonardo indeed. I've been testing it for a few days and so far it's pretty good. Feels super smooth. I don't have any issues with crashing or lagging or weird stuff. The infinite canvas mode gives you all this freedom in the sense of just sketching as much as you want without thinking about resolution or canvas size or anything. Pixel art. I wish there was more brush and pencil options. Yeah, but I feel like that's actually a good thing for me. The fact that there is only 8 brushes and all of them do what they're supposed to do pretty well. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really miss anything. It kind of helps me focus on sketching and drawing. And also, I feel like you can modify a lot of little options from the brushes, so it can already get pretty complex. I don't know, in a way, it's like just using the default works. You can just open the software and start sketching. Because if you compare these to something like Photoshop, it's like, I don't know, you have to either download someone's brushes or have your own ones save up or something, or make them up from scratch. Because if you just try to use whatever it is for default, it feels so weird and clunky. But here you just open it up and it's useful. Paint the face? Probably not. Probably do that on the color layer. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna probably rush a little bit this part because I want to throw some colors onto it just for the fun of it. I'm gonna be wrapping this up pretty soon. I'm getting quite hungry. Oh, is it not available for Mac OS? I didn't know that. Yeah, I hope it goes there soon because it's really useful. Well, they are working on it, so it will happen at some point. That's good. And also, I've heard some people having issues with particular tablets because I think it works well with Wacom by default, but maybe some other brands don't work properly with it. So that's also a potential issue. Abot Gamer gotta go. Alright, thanks for hanging out. Good to see you here. Hopefully, when it actually releases, it will run on macOS. We'll see. Yeah, because it's still in beta, so. But I know it's been under development for a while. I don't know what's the actual timing for anything. I have to practice more this type of drawing with these heavy dark marks, with like this heavy occlusion being completely black, and then leaving some of the sides open. It's so satisfying when it works. I find it so hard to make the decision of how to do each part. Almost like it's hard to decide what to leave out of the drawing because I have a tendency to overdraw and draw absolutely everything and make lines for absolutely everything. I think this is good enough for now. Well, we go to the color layer. Why the bucket is struggling? Let's do this. Pure black. Do I have an ArtStation page? Yes, I do. It's been ages since I have updated it, so probably most of the stuff I have there is 3D. But if you go to the thing in the description of the stream, in the box, there is a link tree, and you can find all my socials there. But yeah, I warn you, I'm terrible at updating them. Probably the most active one is YouTube. Yeah, I was a big fan of Modo. It's Yeah, it makes sense that it's being discounted because no one uses it anymore. Like, even when I was using it, I was one of the weirdos using it. But nowadays, with how good Blender is, or, you know, I think most professionals still use Maya and 3D Max and all that for video games in general. A lot of studios are still locked with those softwares. But it was a lot of fun using it. It's a very particular software. It's been ages since I opened it though. Like, is it? I didn't even know that because it was a fairly expensive software. Oh, now it's free. Hmm, that is tempting though. It's just 3D is such a rabbit hole. I don't know if I wanna, go down there again. I started learning Modo as a, you know, side project, like to have an extra skill or something, like just to help me with drawing. And I went on a phase of just fully going 3D and not even drawing anymore because it was so much fun. Just making all the designs directly on 3D with no concept or anything. Oh, thanks. I'll follow you back and check your work. But like I said, like everything I have on ArtStation nowadays, it has nothing to do with the stuff I do. And even nowadays, I still get some likes and followers out of the work I have there. So I feel like if I start posting the things I do nowadays, all of the 3D people that follow me there are gonna get disappointed. Like, what the hell is this, dude? I was following you for the 3D guns and sci-fi robots and all this shit that I was doing. Okay, gonna quickly throw a few colors here and call it a day. Yeah, that is true. People like cool artwork in general. And also, I don't even know how ArtStation community is anymore. Back in the day, it used to be super niche. Like, people were like really into very particular things. But nowadays, I don't know what's the general public in there. Hey B, you're back. Patience is next level? Well, I don't know if it's patient, it's more like addiction. Really easy to lose track of time when you're drawing. But I was about to leave. I'm just throwing some colors on this one because I kind of feel like I want to get to see some color before I close. But I'm gonna go have lunch. You will always have patience if you care about your subject. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to drawing, it barely ever requires what I would call patience from me because it's usually I'm just doing whatever I want to do in every one of the steps. So, and especially for these type of, like more loose, simple sketches, that it's not, it's just going to be like one session and then I move on to something else. It's not one of those. I'm going to spend a month working on a piece. In that case, yeah. In that case, you require a lot of patience to just not give up. I've been about to go for maybe an hour. Yeah, I need to make sure that everyone is on the same page. I don't want to be super silent and be like, I'm gone, bye. Need to warn everyone that it might happen. True. Patience is the skill. You can practice it, like any skill. The more you do it, the more you can do it. Oh, I see. We have a professional lurking. I don't want to say your name in public because, I respect your privacy. But it's good to know that you are at work and listening to me instead of just wasting all your resources at work. Now pressure's on. I cannot go. Also, how convenient that you just here while I'm drawing recluse. I wonder why is that. I have no patience to learn the skill of patience. Same, I was working on an artwork too, and I had been listening to you. It's kind of peaceful. Well, I look peaceful on the surface. There is a war going on inside. Mostly my body is begging for food right now. Oh, I'm definitely listening to my stomach right now. I can hear it. I'll probably take action. The body's losing, that's why you gave me a smoothie. Yeah, the smoothie is probably helping to stay here even longer. Oh, I feel like it's adding to the problem. Body is a machine that turns sandwiches into art. Oh man, that is a good machine. Better than AI. It is quite a crazy analogy, but it's I feel like it's true. It has to be true. We can do more gradients now. I know nothing about Elden Ring, but I love a witch in purple. Yeah, I mean, you gotta pick a color for a witch. It's gotta be purple, right? I think that's universal. Like I should get rid of the line art. Kind of look better. But it's alright for now. Oh, consider red-headed foxy girl witch in an autumn forest. Hmm. It can still be dressed in purple. Purple fox. You know an artist? Yeah, I know an artist too. Where's you? I hate purple. No, you don't. Purple doesn't even exist. You cannot hate something that doesn't exist. B has to go. Alright, thanks for joining again. Twice on a single session. That is commitment. Have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you soon. He probably has, and if not, she should. Alright, people. Now the threat is real. We finished the sketch of Raider today and did this recluse. Probably keep going doing a few more of them because it's kind of fun. And at some point, whenever I feel like, I'll start sketching my own Nightfarers because I think it's fun to do a little bit of guesswork and imagine what we could possibly get on the DLC. So yeah, that's gonna be me for today. Thanks everyone for joining. TV, thanks B, thanks A and U, whatever the nickname is. I don't know you at all. I know you're at work and you hate it. You should go home and draw, but it's fine. I respect you. Pixel art, June, A Good Gamer is gone. Jay is probably gone. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice rest of the day and probably see you tomorrow. Oh, Jay was still there. Nice. No, that's good. I like lurking. We like lurking here. Alright, thanks everyone. See you next time.